greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with the
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from Kailasa's National Security Agency. Photography, video and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasa Vasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nityananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, for joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakti, the Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. And it is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with the life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering to all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us now see what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect.
Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such beings can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around the avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. The signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, which is the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, which are the deities in the temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, through the Nijavataras, who are the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness.
Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nija avatar, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but the human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The avatar comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent, potential energy in every human being. During darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing.
The Akashic readings, they are not just some predictions, but readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because the Akashic records are stored in Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why whatever you call as happening, happened, and yet to happen is clearly recorded in the Akashic records. Next, we're going to be learning about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. After a short break, we request all the participants and viewers around the world to stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nityanam, everybody. Welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, which is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization and nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism. He has been recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Let us now go over a brief timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and enlightened masters. In 1981, he was initiated into Bhalasanyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. And in the year 1988, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tundai Mandala Adinam, which is the oldest monastic university. In the year 1994, on 24th of May, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara. And in the year 1999, at the age of 21, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nityananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. The same year, he was also coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. Here, we're looking at the lineage of gurus of the Adi Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham. The Sarvanya Peetham's lineage starts with Paramashiva, followed by Yogi Yogananda Puri, Isakhi Swamigal, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here, we're looking at the photographs taken of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 21 when he founded the mission Nityananda Sangha. And here, we're looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya Peetham.
In 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetha on the 4th of November, and in 2004, declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sri Pura Sarvanya Peetha on the 1st of January 2004, and in the same year, on the 31st of December, declared as the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam of the Surya Vamsha lineage. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laying the foundation stones for the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetha on the 4th of November 2002 at the age 24. Here we can see the pictures of the Pattabhishekam, the coronation, as the declaration of the successor of Bhagyanagara Sri Pura Sarvanya Peetha on the 1st of January 2004 at the age of 26. And here we can see the royal lineage of the kings of the dynasty of the Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam and the current emperor, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In 2007, declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetha. In 2007 also, declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. In 2012, coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom, on the 27th of April 2012. Here we can see the pictures of the Kumbhabhishekam, the ceremonial inauguration of the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetha in 2007. And here we can see the coronation and the handing over of the pontiff of the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasomnata Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated and assumed responsibilities as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam. In 2013, officially coronated as Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. And also in 2013, declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Shukdevanandji, the then incumbent spiritual head. And in 2014, coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adhinam. Here we can see the pictures of the official coronation as Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. Here we can see the pictures of the coronation as Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adhinam in 2014.
Also in the year of 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adhinam. Following which the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam and Panchanadi Kulam. Here we're looking at the lineage of Gurus of the Tiruvarur Adinam, and these are the photographs of the lineage of Gurus of the Vedaranyam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, following which the same year he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adipita Matha and was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders of Hinduism. Here we're looking at the photographs taken of the various Gurus, the lineage of Gurus of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, starting with Paramashiva, revived by Srila Sri Azhagiya Tiruchittrambala Desigar, followed by Srila Sri Vaidyalinga Desigar, Srila Sri Dandavani Desigar, and now succeeded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These are the photographs where we can see the predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism of the Adipita Matha crowning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as his successor and handing over the sacred symbols. These are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders at the age of 36 in 2016. Next, we are going to be learning about some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have, you will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nityanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have also been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been revered as the most prolific and the most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. We also have over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins' Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nityananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also established the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also established over 1,000 Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also founded and revived over 100 Sarvagya Peethas.
Next, we are going to be learning about the power manifestation, which is the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye, sharing with all the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations happening in us as a result of the extraordinary Diksha that we receive from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In today's power manifestation, we will be manifesting the powers of third eye and body scanning. So let us now learn about Shaktis. What are Shaktis? In the Veda Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, which are the divine powers. Manifesting powers or Shaktis is described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shakti is manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. Let us now look at some of the differences between Shaktis and Siddhis.
Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are a source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment. Let us now see a brief description of Paramashiva, the source of the Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is a self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva. He is also the reviver of Sri Kailasa, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, and the first nation for all Hindus. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiations by the enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Parameshva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. Next, we're going to be learning about how we can awaken these divine powers in us. But before we enter into that segment, we're going to be having a short break. We also request all the participants and viewers around the world, if you would like to experience the power of body scanning, and if you'd like to volunteer for this power manifestation, you can put out a message on our YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and other social media platforms, and we shall pick one of you and manifest this power for you. So let us come together again after a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nityanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at how we can awaken these divine Shaktis in us. Every ultimate truth, when it is mapped into your consciousness, which is your prajna, manifests as a power and possibility of every being, which is prajnana. Next, we're going to be looking at a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
So we saw a very beautiful video on the science of initiation. Next, we're going to look at how this science of power manifestation is authenticated. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 levels of pramanas, called starting with Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, or the experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
The Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science, where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana.
Let us now get to witness a very unique and exciting power of the demonstration of power of third eye. So today, as mentioned earlier, we will be manifesting the power of body scanning. Let us now go over the pramanas for the power of body scanning. The Shastra Pramana for this power is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattva niyani nilayam dhyatmante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
The next, let us see the Apta Pramana, the reference of the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatyar. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatyar for healing. Agatyar uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatyar immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. The next is the Atma Pramana, the accounts from the supreme point of Hinduism's life that time tested and authenticated this science. On the 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as the second opinion to verify my findings.
Here we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and results of these extraordinary power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiffism. Let us now enter into the power manifestation. We have Watson, who is asking for the power of body scanning. So now we'll be chanting the Mahavat, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, establishing ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji. And once in that space, I'll be sharing with everyone what Swamiji showed me. Let's now begin. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. What Swamiji revealed is that you've been having a very sensitive skin and you have a lot of skin issues that keep coming up, like burns or rashes. Your skin is very, very sensitive. And Swamiji shared and revealed that this sensitivity of your skin is not just a physical condition, but it's a psychological condition. And it is because of a very life negative ideology that you carry that you keep having to face these kind of skin issues that come up again and again. The other thing Swamiji also revealed is that there is a lot of non-veg which is there in your system and a lot of toxins which has affected your liver. And because the liver is affected, you keep gaining weight more and more and more. So Swamiji revealed for you to start doing the Nirahara Samyama and start detoxing your body by doing the Panchakriyas and taking the Haritaki and castor oil. That way you will restore your physical health. So, and the other way for you to heal your skin problems is you can attend the Paramashivoham level 3. The Swamiji is continuously giving the various initiations which will completely revamp your entire body, building a new muscle memory. So this is what Swamiji revealed. You can share with every one of us how we are able to relate with what was revealed. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment of the power of body scanning. It's now time that we move on to the next segment of today's manifestation and the Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being.
Yes, Nityanand. Welcome back to Devi Parashakti Akashic Healing segment. So in this segment, we're going to see about the introduction to Devi Parashakti, and we're going to see about how Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting as a Vijayavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we're going to have one of the revelations of the Devi Parashakti also. So let us enter into this segment now. Worshipping divine as a sacred feminine is a unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if this one sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. As we all know, Hinduism has stood for millions of years with 56 nations, 200 kingdoms, 1,700 sub-kingdoms, and almost 10,000 sampradayas. Even if all the sampradayas are lost for some reason and the only one sampradaya, Devi worship, remains, then the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, the mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also said that there is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including myself. He included himself also, saying that I myself am basically a Shakta. I follow Devi worship. From the autobiography, if you see, the deities the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have called, the yantras he have called, the darshan he had, all are Devi-based, mother-based. Here, from the very statement of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we can understand how this worshipping divine as a sacred feminine being a center for whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma and source for the whole, all the sampradayas of the Hinduism. And another one incarnation, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived in around 1836 to 1886. He also said that Shiva is a Brahman, but Devi only has the key to reach the Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can touch. He added with a beautiful example, saying, even though a husband is the owner of the house, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either we have to fall at the feet of the mother, or the small sons who have the beautiful relationship, a strong connection with the mother, only they can touch the place, the hip of the mother, and they can get the key. So at the end, either we have to surrender at the feet of the mother, or we have to build a beautiful person who are closer to the mother, only they can get the key. and achieve that ultimate, the Shiva itself. Here, multiple Dhyana slokas and agamas have beautifully described about the manifestation and the glory of the Devi Parashakti. Here, one of these Dhyana sloka from the Lalita Sahasranam is beautifully described about the manifestation of Devi Parashakti. It is translated as the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with the mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. It also added, saying, I meditate on the great empress. She is in red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the nose, the glow, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by the powers such as anima for race, and she is self within me. This Dhyana Sloka has beautifully described about the physical manifestation of the Devi Parashakti and how we can visualize Devi Parashakti and how we can meditate on the Devi Parashakti. Here, the Devi Parashakti has come with out of extreme love and compassion and manifested as a Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So first understand who is Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universe comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. She is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us are kin, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi herself is manifesting as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. And she is gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to each one of our prayers, healings, and giving us boons, blessings, delivering the profound spiritual truths. And she is revealing all our past, present, and future. And ultimately, she is giving us the experience of Hari Paramashivoham itself. Here, let us see a short introduction to the Parashakti in the words of Parashakti herself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம் பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. Now let us see the rough English translation or the paraphrasing of what Devi has expressed about her manifestation in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossom as Hrimkara, build as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in the Kailasa Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nityananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nityananda. I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen. People, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and I came down as Nijavatara. Rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming into 2 as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as 3 Shaktis as Iksha, Kriya and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Gragas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make the truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. Here, Devi herself, in the words of Devi, she has beautifully described about how she manifested as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nijavatara Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the purpose, the very purpose of her manifestation is to give the truth and make the truth blossom and to do good to all of us. With her extreme love and compassion, she manifested now, especially during this Pralaya time. Now let us understand how we can receive Devi Parashakti. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. This coin is considered as a traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be any value also. In India, even it can be 1 paise. In US, it can be even 1 cent also. Offer everything to Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, do the namaskar and take this betel leaf, betel nut, and banana as immediately as prasadam. Collect all these coins and send it to Los Angeles temple. This betel leaf and betel nut, it may look small, but in few days, you will start understanding how much it adds value to your life. You will feel that literally she is there, Devi herself is there. So you won't take Baba Samaj Darshan as granted. These rituals will break all your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle. It will keep you, raise you to the powerful cognition, and it will break all your unconscious behavior. Here, the small picture representation of the items that you can gather to receive Devi Parashakti. Here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also gave a beautiful process, a spiritual practice to prepare ourselves to receive the grace and blessing of Devi Parashakti. Let us watch this video and let us prepare ourselves not only to the Devi Baba's darshan, to each and every life we are attending, to initiation we are attending, we can practice this so that our body will be completely cleansed, our mind will be completely unclenched, our consciousness will be raised to the powerful space where we can receive the complete the Paramadvaita in our being. So let us watch this video and prepare ourselves.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud. Earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Sakashik reading, at least for a few hours, prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky. At least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the ant hill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
Yes, it was the wonderful process and spiritual practice which every one of us can apply in our life to prepare and cleanse our body, mind, and consciousness to receive the divine power. So before moving on to the next segment, where we're going to see about one of the revelations from the Devi Parashakti, we're going to have a short break. Please, all of you, stay tuned. Nityanandam.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Yes, Dhyanam, welcome back to the Parashakti Akashic Reading segment. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see about the revelation of the Devi Parashakti. As we all know, Devi herself is manifested out of extreme love and compassion and helped the humanity out of this pralaya. During this pralaya time, where the whole world is facing many problems in multiple stages. One side, the deadly coronavirus, and we have seen multiple variants since the pandemic has started. And now the whole world is going through a big surge during this third wave. And many of the conflicts are happening all across the globe. The war in the Middle East and many places, the internal conflict between the international borders between the countries are happening now. And as the humanity has facing multiple natural calamities, either it be tornadoes, volcanoes, or the global warming and sea level rising, all the things are happening across at the same given point of time. So Devi has come out of her extreme love and compassion, and she's keep on revealing all the pandemic which is happening now and what are the future which the humanity going to face. And she not only gave the revelations, she doesn't reveal just the future of what is going to happen. She has given solution for each and every problem the humanity is facing now. So in this segment, we're going to see about one of the revelations. These revelations have been revealed by Devi Parashakti long ago, but many of us may have missed this revelation or may not have understand the reality of the revelations. Now, in this segment is completely to each one of us to understand what Devi has revealed and get into the reality what is happening across the globe as revealed by Devi Parashakti, as in line to what Devi has said. And so by doing that, we can understand that what Devi has revealed as a solution to adapt in our life and save ourselves from this pralaya. So let's watch this revelation first, and we can go over the rough translation, and we're going to see about the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. Let us watch this revelation first. Thank you.
ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன்வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கையிலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஆதி கையில.
Yes, Nityanam everyone. So now we will look into the rough translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us just now. Devi Parashakti said the world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of traitor, rules of the enemies, without any other way out, time came for the sailor itself to leave. And that is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani, my responsibility to save the people from Pralaya, to save the cosmos from the destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakh, life will be lost in crores. Crores of life will be lost in India. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for the protection for your life. So after this revelation, we are going to be looking into the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. As we saw that how Devi Parashakti revealed much before what happened on the planet. She warned all of us about the upcoming pralaya, the upcoming destruction that is going to be happening on planet Earth, specifically in India. She warned all of us that not just in the lakh, but in crores and crores of life will be lost in India. So now we are going to be looking into the various news reports, which is also showing the result what Devi Parashakti has revealed to all of us. So there are various reports. We will be taking the various reports from the various health organizations, World Health Organizations and news agencies, the various government agency, which is giving the report of upcoming ongoing pandemic situations and upcoming pandemic, the various warning that is coming to the world as of now. So this report is from World Health Organization, where the head of the World Health Organization is saying that it would be very dangerous to assume that the highly transmissible Omicron is the last variant to emerge, and that it is the end game of the pandemic. So as we are seeing, this is not the end game, and it's we are going to be having many more pandemic coming in the time coming in the future. And also it said that since Omicron was identified a little over 9 weeks ago, more than 80 million cases has been reported to the UN agency, more than reported in the whole of 2020. So what we saw in the wave 1 of Corona during the 2020, what we got in the whole year from the starting till the end of 2020, that is already passed or surpassed by the Omicron in just 9 weeks, just in the 2 months. So that shows that the conditions are more ideal for various other variants to emerge and also for them to spread at much faster rate. It said the next report said about the neo-COVID, which is another variant of COVID. It said India to monitor deadlier COVID variant found in South Africa. So earlier Omicron was also found in one of the African countries, which has spread all across the world, that too in a very less span of time. Now we got another variant called neo-COVID. So while the world is still grappling with the Omicron variant of COVID-19, the reports of another variant, neo-CO, has started already spreading. The various scientists from Wuhan have warned that this strain has a high death and transmission rate. So Omicron had a very high transmission rate, but this specific variant of COVID, which is neo-COVID, has a very high death rate also. So neo-COVID strain is related to the Middle East respiratory syndrome. According to the Chinese researcher, 1 in every 3 infected people dies from this strain. So this will be the highest rate of death in this specific virus, which is neo-COVID, which has 33% of death rate, highest ever in all sorts of viruses that we are seeing as of now. The World Health Organization is saying that it is premature for any country either to surrender or to declare victory. This virus is dangerous and it continues to evolve before our very eyes. WHO is currently tracking 4 sublineages of Omicron variant, including BA2. So before any country could come to certain conclusions, certain understanding, this virus is continue to evolve itself. It is evolving into many more variants like BA1, BA2. Like that, there are various variants has come for this. The comment came as the BA2 version of Omicron begins to replace the more common original BA1 version in the many countries. It has been speculated that BA2 is even more transmissible than BA1. In Denmark, BA2 is spread about 1.5 times quicker than BA1. It is already known that the original Omicron BA1 is itself more transmissible than prior variant like Delta and Alpha. So the reports are very clearly here. It is saying about the future situation which is going to be there, as we are seeing that Omicron itself is highly transmissible, and also it is mutating, it's evolving itself into the various other variants, and those variants are spreading at much higher rate compared to what Omicron is. So the fastest spreading and heavily mutated Omicron variant has rapidly become the dominant variant worldwide since it was first detected in South Africa 10 weeks ago. In its weekly epidemiological update, the World Health Organization said that the variant, which accounts for over 93% of all coronavirus specimens collected in the past month, counts several sublineages. So BA1 is the original, and BA 1.1, 2, and 3 are the sublineages of this Omicron variant. So this Omicron variant is also mutating itself or evolving itself into multi-more variant. Now, as we saw in the wave 1 and wave 2 of COVID, that we had, once the person is impacted with the COVID or attacked with the COVID, once cured, there is no chance for happening it again. But with this Omicron, it is possible that one can get the Omicron again even after he gets healed. And that's what the report said, that the two junior doctors tested positive for COVID-19 only 7 to 10 days after they recovered from the same infection. So they got reinfected with this Omicron virus again. So 14 days ago, the doctors were symptomatic and tested positive for COVID. Subsequently, they tested negative, but after 7 to 10 days of recovery, they began showing the same symptoms again. This includes fever, headache, body ache, and sore throat. There may be chances of people getting reinfected again. Sorry for the technical glitch. Now, this report said that is India staring at a sharp rise in Omicron wave in the next few weeks. So chances, Omicron is now community transmission stage in India and has become dominant in multiple metros. So as we are seeing, most of us are aware of number of cases are increasing very rapidly in India, and also just in the 9 weeks of the Omicron, when it was first found, we have started seeing the second, the Omicron has become in the community transmission stage. And not only that, it has become dominant in multiple metros. Also, India's total tally of cases has increased more than 41 million as of now. So we'll be looking into more reports. Please be tuned into. We'll have just a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nityanam, welcome back to the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. As we see in the revelation of Devi Parashakti, Devi has mentioned about the pandemic, the upcoming pandemic, and how much level the destruction going to be. We have seen the revelation of Devi Parashakti, where Devi has mentioned specifically about the India, where the lives will be lost, not only in thousands or lakhs, crores and crores of lives will be lost, and Devi has revealed about the solution also to save ourselves from the pralaya. Now, as we see the multiple reports and news from the multiple health organizations and the news agencies, where we can see the depth of what the pandemic is happening all across the globe, especially during this third COVID wave. And other one report, we all as usual know that the numbers are not actual on the media. It is not, we can blame the media, but in some places where the registration of the death and the impact is not clearly and properly registered on the every places. Now here we have seen the one more report which says it breaks the one more protocol which we followed almost since the pandemic has started, which is the quarantine. It was said that initially when the people get COVID positive and they have to maintain the 14 days quarantine so that the virus will go away or it will take the lead. But it's the 14 days will be a saturation time for the virus, whether it is there or not. But now the study has said that COVID-2 virus may remain active for longer than the recommended COVID quarantine period. It says the virus can infect a person for more than 200 days in a typical case. The recent study has directed. The study served as an alert regarding the risk of limiting quarantine for a COVID-19 patient to 7 or 10 or even 14 days after they test positive, as initially prescribed by the protocol to combat the diseases. About the 8% of the people infected by SARS-CoV-2 may be able to transmit the virus for more than 2 months without necessarily manifesting any symptoms during the final stage of the infection. As we all know, this US, one of the developed country, has faced millions and millions of cases now, and second to that, India has facing multiple, almost around 41 million cases have been already registered on the UN agency. It is happening, and around 85 million cases have been already identified and reported by UN agency all across the globe, which is in 10 weeks in this start of this Omicron wave, which has surpassed the total of 2020 record. So at this rate, the virus has been spreading. But many international governments have already started the local quarantine. International flights have been already cancelled. But till now, we are not able to control this Omicron variant. So is it that quarantine is not working? Yes. The way the quarantine is absolutely followed, even though it is absolutely followed in the countries like India, but the number of cases are still in the hand. It is remaining the same. So what is the problem now? The way it is maintained, it is not foolproof. Here, the Supreme Court of Hinduism also explained about what are the human activities which goes through, which surpass the regular quarantine. So what is the solution now? As we all know, Supreme Court of Hinduism already offered to the humanity. Sri Kailasa is offering to the whole humanity as the multi-layer quarantine. So before going to the solution, let us see the one more report which says there are going to be probably a two pandemic going on side by side, which is the Delta, which is the second wave, which we've seen around 500 variants have come in the Delta variant itself. Till now, we have seen the multiple cases also coming in the Delta variant also. But the new Omicron has already took over the percentage of around 70% of new cases have been already identified with the probably the Omicron. But the result says, the virologist says, this Omicron is not fathered or mothered by the Wuhan virus, which is the reason for alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and kappa variant. But it has some lineage to the Omicron Wuhan virus. So we should consider the probably a two pandemic going on side by side. So there's going to be a chance of black fungus and mucormycosis also may come back. So all these are happening now. So what is the best way to protect ourselves? Of course, wearing masks, social distancing, everything is the one of the protocol to come back. That's all the pandemic now. So what is preventive protective multi-layer quarantine? See, if you understand the ground reality of the humanity now, at given point of time, somebody in one of our house have to go out and procure things for our day-to-day life. Some places we may have missed because it is not strict as because we are in the community where on other side the community transmission also happening. So what is the best solution? Here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also the solution which is Sri Kailasa is offering is recognized by the UN. When a protocol, when the UN asks for solution from the multiple nations, multiple organizations for the best solution, the best quarantine facility for the COVID, many countries, many organizations have suggested the report. Out of that, the best ones are selected by the UN agency and they are published in the UN chapter also. In out of that, the only one solution which it still have 0% of death rate is Sri Kailasas. So here, what is given in Sri Kailasa, as we all know, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also opened the Adi Kailasa as a protective multi-layer quarantine, and many of the sanghas, many of the embassies all across the globe have been already opened for this. And also Devi has blessed, especially the Adi Kailasa and the Vaisralinga. She is blessed and gave the boom. Not only the people will be prevented from this pralaya, also it will be like healing for all the people who got COVID also. So let us watch this video and understand, and let's enroll to Adi Kailasa to save ourselves from this pralaya. So let us watch this video. So with this video, we come to the end of this segment where we see the manifestation of Devi Parashakti and revelation of Devi Parashakti. And now we're going to have the solution of the Devi Parashakti. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next segment after this video. Thank you.
The first keep yourself alive this year. Please keep yourself alive this year. Focus just on that. That is the only priority. That is the first priority and that is the only priority. Please keep yourself safe, alive, especially if you are in India. Please keep yourself safe. Let me tell you what is happening last few hours in Kailasa. Please listen carefully. I am going to narrate the whole story as it is. I am giving you this as a case study to convey this message to all of you. Please keep yourself safe. Keep yourself alive this year, especially if you are in India. Take this as my message. See, if you are my disciple, take this as Guru Vak, my order. If you are just sympathizer, take this as my request. If you are an onlooker, viewer, take this as my begging. I am begging you, please keep yourself safe, protected, multi-layer quarantined, and please keep yourself alive this year somehow. Keeping yourself alive is the only priority, should be only priority. Everything else is second. This year, keeping yourself alive is the only priority. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Nityanandam, welcome. We'll now go through the section of social media enriching and enriching. So we'll guide you through you just now saw the different sessions about how Devi Parashakti is constantly blessing us and protecting us and preventing us from all these problems. And now we'll show you how to connect with Devi Parashakti through different social media channels and outlets. So we'll walk you through how you can connect with Devi Parashakti. So the easiest way to connect with Devi Parashakti is through YouTube, where most of you may be watching this. So on YouTube, you can search for Kailasa's SPH Nityananda channel. So once you open the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda channel, you can click on subscribe button. So you'll be notified of future notifications for when this Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes live, or Bhav Samadhi Darshans, or Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. So once you subscribe, then you will be notified, and when you see the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading live, you can click on the join button and fill the subscription membership details. Once you fill out the membership details, you will see the chat window open, and you can ask your questions, comments, boon requests, all that here in this area. So this is the easiest way to connect with Devi Parashakti through the YouTube media. The next easiest way to connect with Devi Parashakti is through Facebook. On Facebook, the official channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Kailasa's SPH JGM Nityananda Paramshivam. Once you open the Facebook page, you can click on the like and follow button here. And once you do the like and follow, you will be notified when Devi Parashakti goes live. So in this, you see live Parashakti Akashic reading. And here you can ask your questions, comments, boons, request, share your gratitude, all that in this comment section. So this is another way of connecting with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and asking your questions, boons, through Devi Parashakti. Now we'll go through the exciting news about the Param Shivoham. So Param Shivoham level 3 is coming up on March 1st. You can show your intention for attending Param Shivoham level 3 by updating your Facebook cover image to a special Param Shivoham cover image. So you can download that image on kailasa.org/Param Shivoham and scroll towards the end of the page. Once you'll see you can download the Facebook cover image and you can upload in your Facebook cover image profile, and this way your intention for attending Param Shivoham will get to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you will be able to enrich your friends, families as well. With this, we move to the next way of connecting with Devi Parashakti. So Twitter is another way of connecting. So you can go at Sri Nityananda on Twitter channel and you can click on the bell icon. So you'll get all the future tweet notifications and you click on the following. When the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading goes live, you can see the video and you can click on the reply button in the bottom of the tweet, and make sure that you put hashtag Ask the Avatar. So when you put the hashtag Ask the Avatar, that way you will be your tweets will be sent to Devi Parashakti. So with this, we'll enter into Instagram. So you'll see the posts for Devi Parashakti Akashic readings on Instagram. You can click on Sri Nityananda, which is the official channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can click on the follow Sri Nityananda on Instagram, this icon, and you can ask your questions, comments, boon requests, share your gratitude on this comment bar. So with this, now we'll see how you can go to, you can connect through WhatsApp. For connecting through WhatsApp, first you search for kailasa.org. So kailasa.org is the website. So search for it, open the page. This is the official page of Kailasa. And here you'll see the different notifications of different events happening and messages by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can click on the chat window and chat on WhatsApp button, which is green color, and this pop-up will come up. When the pop-up comes up, you can ask your questions, comments, boon requests here in the WhatsApp chat window. So these are the multiple ways of connecting with Devi Parashakti and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and ask your questions, boon requests, all that. With this, now we'll end this section. After a short break, we'll be back and we'll go through the offerings to Devi Parashakti.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nityanandam, welcome back. Now we'll go through the different offerings to Devi Parashakti. In this section, we'll see how we can offer different sevas and what is the context of offering these different sevas. When you offer from the right context, right place and space, you'll see how much more you can accomplish by doing these offerings to Devi Parashakti. So we'll guide you through this, through the different context of offering to the sevas to Devi Parashakti and the Guru, and also walk you through how to do it. Now, the first offering, the first context of offering to Devi Parashakti, this is the Shastra Pramana. We'll read the Shastra Pramana and guide you through the meaning of it. And the first Shastra Pramana is as follows for Devi Parashakti offering. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam iha mutra cha modate. So this is from Srimad Bhagavad Purana.
One part should be used for dana, the second for public works which bring fame to oneself. The third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, and the fourth for enjoyment of material things, and the fifth for one's family and friends. 20% should be donated for Dharma.
The next Shastra Pramana is from Dharma Shastra. Grahe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahasram manantam shiva sannidho.
The meaning goes as follows. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit. 100 times when made in a goshala, in a cow pen. 1,000 times when made in sacred places, tirthas, an infinite number of times when made in the premises of a Shivalinga or a Shiva temple.
The third context of offering to Devi Parashakti is as follows. Dhanam trividamitetam kanishtham jeshtamadhyamam tatra naishreyasam jeshtham kanishtham swartha siddhaye karunyat sarvabhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. So this verse is from Brahmanda Purana, Shloka 55 and 56.
Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called Daya Dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all.
Now we'll look at the first offering to Devi Parashakti, which is Ihundi. And we'll go through the Shastra Pramana for offering to Devi Parashakti in the Ihundi. So, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vasya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. So this is Shloka 42 from Devi Mahatmyam.
Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fear.
If there is any fear in the mind of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our life when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadayini, Devi, who bestows happiness on the devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. The next offering is Sankalpa. This nominal donation for this is $1. The Shastra Pramana for this is as follows. Tayye tan moyate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijjanam tushtaruddhim prayashyati.
The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without any interest in any things gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialist sense. Offering the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he or she. So before entering into this next segment about the significance of gold, we'll be taking a short break. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back for the next segment.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize.
Nityananda, welcome back. So now we'll go through the significance of divine element gold and how the gold offerings, different gold offerings you can do to connect with Devi Parashakti. So gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Rituals, feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold.
The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. Hindu's river was called Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartani in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti is golden offering, Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The donation amount for this is 75, 151 and 251 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is from Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Mukta Anguthi, the finger ring with a pearl. The donation amount for this is 251, 501 and 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Muktahar lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vatra prabham sinjannu purkim kinim manidharam padma prabha bhasuram sarvabhishta falapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim.
I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion.
The Mukta Anguthi Offer the finger ring with pearl to Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. You can do all the offerings to Devi Parashakti on tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The donation is 600 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this is as follows. अष्टविद्येश्वरोपेता कुम्भवर्णसमायुतां सर्वे ससूत्रवस्त्राढ्या हेमपङ्कजभूषितां सपिदानः सुकुरश्च पाक्वबिल्वफलप्रदा प्रभा स्नपनाध्या संसिद्धा प्रमाणेन समन्विताम्. So this verse is from Kamikagama.
All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of spiritual references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship and meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother.
We'll go through the next offering, which is Swarnameti, the gold toe ring. The Shastra Pramana, the donation for this offering is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Nakhattiditi sanchanna namajjanatamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha.
You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The shloka number 83 of the Sandalya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamo guna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge, jnana. Offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessing and even the most difficult aspects of your life.
The Swarna Mangatika, the gold hairline jewelry. The donation for this offering is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrahara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrahara chakra, which is fully open. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. With this, we'll take a short break and we'll come back after.
signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Yes. So welcoming each and everyone back, whether you are following us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other social media platform, as we are continuing into this segment of the various offerings that we can do to Devi Parashakti and Guru. So we are now entering into the part of related to the Guru. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that Paramashiva is the unmanifest, Guru is the manifest. The manifested form of Paramashiva is Guru. The unmanifested form of Guru is Paramashiva. Paramashiva comes in the life of the sincere seekers and devotees in the form of Guru. And through devotion with Guru, through oneness with Guru, we simultaneously experience oneness with Paramashiva. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, in Hinduism, authentic Hinduism, we do not consider God as performing only creation, sustenance, and destruction. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Godel, like revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the generator, creator. He sustains, he destroys and rejuvenates. He puts in delusion and pulls out of delusion, and he also liberates. So the two extra dimensions which are available in Hinduism are of extreme importance, the pulling out of delusion and the liberation. The Guru comes in our life for that purpose only, to pull us out of delusion and bestow liberation. Therefore, the Guru-disciple relationship is the most auspicious relationship that one can have in its life. In every relationship that we have a vested interest. We have vested interest, and the opposite side also has some interest, whether it is mother, father, children, friend, co-workers, boss, employee. Each relationship bestows an interest for both sides. But in the Guru-disciple relationship, the disciple has an interest while relating to Guru, but Guru has no interest when related to disciple. The only purpose of Guru is to bestow the ultimate, to give him the glimpse and ultimately establish him in the ultimate experience of oneness with Paramashiva. So it is the most pure, most auspicious relationship where the Guru relates to you in the most purest form, being to being, without any vested interest, without any alteration, without any interest which could dilute the relationship. It is the most pure relationship and therefore the most auspicious happening that can happen in one's life. When we relate to Guru, we ultimately relate to our ultimate self, to Paramashiva, to the pure space that we have forgotten but which resides inside of us. So through the physical Guru, through the embodied living Guru, we come to experience the oneness with our inner Guru. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared the importance of bhakti and the path of Guru-disciple relationship, which is the backbone of Hinduism, the backbone of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that started from time immemorial from Paramashiva himself, who came down in the form of Lord Dakshinamurti, the Adi Guru, the first Guru, who bestowed and gave enlightenment to the rishis who were performing tapas, meditation, and yajnas in order to experience the ultimate. Paramashiva came down in the form of Dakshinamurti, and through the vibrant silence which he radiated, he bestowed enlightenment to all these rishis. And that is the very foundation of Hinduism. The Guru-disciple relationship is how this knowledge of enlightenment is transferred and experienced from generation to generation. So the Guru-disciple relationship, as we can see, is by far the most amazing happening that can happen in one's life. So we will now be entering into some more context about why we should be offering to the Guru.
Nityananda, such a beautiful reference about the context of offering to the Guru. And that's why even Lord Shiva in the Kularnav Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12, he explains the importance of the Guru-disciple relationship and the padukas of the Guru. So the Shastra Pramana is as follows. Na paduka paro manyo na deva shri guru para nahi shaktat para diksha na punyam kula pujanat. The meaning of this verse is as follows. There is no mantra higher than the paduka, no God higher than the Guru. Like how Ashutosh Maharaj explained, that this is a relationship where there is no vested interest. Guru is all about giving you the highest peak possibilities. No God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. So we are blessed to be with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to offer the Paduka Pujas. No God higher than the Guru means we are able to receive him directly, the Guru. And he is blessing us with 108 initiations just before the program Param Shivoham level 3 starts, and preparing our body, mind, spirit for, by giving these higher initiations, constantly showering with them like Purnatva, and no merit higher than the Kula worship.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that man cannot make it. Man has to be given. The enlightenment experience cannot be grabbed. It has to be received as a gift. So from the space of intense yearning and seeking for Paramashiva, from the space of pure devotion and surrender to the Guru, only then the most auspicious things can be received in our life. We cannot achieve it. We can only receive it. And that is the beauty and the importance of the Guru-disciple relationship. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism even shared in his own life how him being an avatar of Paramashiva, how he still manifested Guru in his life. Many Gurus, and especially the main Guru, Arunagiri Yogishwara, and how Arunagiri Yogishwara, which is the embodiment of Paramashiva himself, that resides in the holy hill of Arunachala. He came in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, trained him, and gave him the ultimate experience of oneness and the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva. That is the auspiciousness and the greatness of this relationship. When we seek, when we yearn to experience the ultimate, when we surrender, when we have devotion, cherished devotion for the Guru, only then can the ultimate be experienced, realized, and manifested in our life.
Yes, that is so true. And now we'll go into the next Shastra Pramana of offerings to the Guru. So the context of why we need to offer to the Guru. I'll read the Shastra Pramana from Kularnav Tantra. Rikta hastascha nopeyat rajanam devatam gurum falapushambharadini yatha shakya samarpayet evam yona charat devi brahma rakshasatam vrajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty-handed. One should offer fruit, flower, cloth, or the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. So the Shastra Pramana is from Kularnav Tantra and verses 120. So here Param Shiva is telling Devi about why it is so important that when you receive the Guru, when you go to the temple, when you go to the deity, when you go to the royalty, you should make sure that you should offer something according to your own capacity. And we already explained that into the initial section, how you should receive the Guru, how you should receive Devi Parashakti. So in this section, we are so blessed that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the Devata, like he's an incarnation. He's also the king. He's also the royalty and head of the state, Kailasa. And he's also Rikta hastascha nopeyat rajanam devatam gurum. So he's all three combinations, and we are so blessed to do this offering to the Guru. And another thing which even it explains, the Shastra says, if you don't receive the Guru properly, if you don't go to the temple, if you go empty-handed, you may become a Brahma Rakshasa also. So it's very important you take the this auspicious opportunity to do the offerings and get a blessing and boon. So with this, we'll move to the next shloka, the offerings to the Guru. So we'll go through the, so there's an offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where the donation is 1008 USD. And especially the yesterday's completion session, which Param Shiva gave us the beautiful initiation from space of complete completion. So we'll go through this shloka, Shastra Pramana for Pratyaksha Pad Puja. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirthavagahanat, koti devachana devi, parasri paduka smriti.
O Devi, remember, this Paduka, which yields infinitely greater merits than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship.
So here, Param Shiva himself is explaining the importance of offering to the Guru and in this Shastra Pramana. So with this, we move to the next offering to the Guru, the Vastra Seva. So you can offer the Vastra Seva to Guru, and the Shastra Pramana is as follows. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness and ignorance of devotees. So you're seeing in this picture on the right, in the photograph, you'll see Devi Parashakti wearing the Kashaya Vastram and the Swarna Alankar, which are prescribed in the Agamas and Vedas. So you can offer the Vastra Seva and you can be benefited by when the Guru himself adorns these Kashaya, the Vastra Seva, and it will dispel, like how it says, by prostrating to the Devi's toenails, dispel the darkness of ignorance, and the devotees prostrating to her feet. And so this is a beautiful seva, the Vastralankar seva, as you are seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism fully decked with different vastras which are prescribed by Agamas, and he's reviving that tradition. So please be part of that by taking part in the Vastra Seva. And with this, now we'll move to the next section of how about the Param Shivoham level 3.
So after 3 years, the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is now available. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones, and the paramanifestation. You can join us for this grand event by registering at the kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after 3 years, is now blessing us with an amazing opportunity. If you remember, in 3 years back, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, in the next 3 years, do whatever it takes, but just remain alive. Do not die in the next 3 years. And we saw that right after these words which came out of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we did not understand why this declaration came. But shortly after this declaration, the pandemic started, and we started to understand that our life was at stake and we had to do whatever it takes to protect it. Now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that in 3 years, somehow I will reach you. Somehow, I will make enlightenment available to you wherever you are, in whatever corner of the world you may be. So here we are, 3 years later, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coming with this new program, Paramashivoham Level 3, allowing each and every one of us to connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism wherever we are, to experience that irreversible change. If you have followed the latest webinars that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing to prepare each and every one of us for the Paramashivoham Level 3 in the last 3 weeks, and the next one upcoming this weekend, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared about the vertical time zones and how when we raise our states of consciousness, we can experience the parallel universes and our identity in those universes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that we exist in all the 14 dimensions. There is an identity that we cherish in each of these dimensions, but we are not aware of it. So through this awakening, through this Paramashivoham Level 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will not only raise us to higher states of consciousness, but simultaneously he will make us visit these parallel universes and meet the us, the me that resides in that universe. Even in this weekend webinar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will share about, are you ready to face yourself in the parallel universes? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that even if you have a glimpse of these parallel universes, you reach a point of no return, a point where there is an irreversible change which happens in you, where you will gain possibilities and powers that you will be able to bring back to this plane in your life and apply in order to manifest the reality that you want for yourself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that when you have the freedom to change countries, when you're able to migrate to another country, you know what is available to you in that country, the freedom that you gain, the possibilities which are made available to you. So if in your homeland you get abused, you feel suffocated, or you experience pain and suffering, you can simply decide to migrate to this other location which you know. In the same way, once you have a glimpse of the vertical time zones, nothing on this plane, the plane of Bhuloka, will be able to generate any form of pain or suffocation inside of you, simply because you will be simply able to migrate to the higher time zones and experience the possibilities and powers available in those time zones. That is why this Paramashivoham Level 3 is an amazing opportunity. After going through whatever we've gone through during this pandemic, the various ups and downs, mental stability, even physical health, we now know the importance of regaining our conscious sovereignty, regaining the power to handle ourselves and to be able to shared that he would be initiating each and every one of us into 108 initiations, allowing us to have various glimpses of these vertical time zones and allow this irreversible change to happen in us once and for all. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism even shared that we live in an era which is filled with technology. The various gadgets that we have invented give us various possibilities. And because these gadgets are available, we can simply access these possibilities and enjoy the various aspects and the various benefits that these possibilities give us. In the same way, each time zone gives you a certain power, a certain possibility. Once you have a glimpse of it, once you experience it, even for a short amount of time, when you come back to this plane, you will be able to continue to cherish the benefits of these possibilities and powers. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will not only raise us into higher states of consciousness, give us glimpses of vertical time zone, but ultimately bring the science of paramanifestation back from these higher time zones to this plane so that we can enjoy the benefit of the paramanifestation. We can raise ourselves to a blissful state. We can raise others around us to a blissful state. And ultimately, we can manifest the reality that we want for ourselves and others using those possibilities and powers. It is therefore an amazing opportunity to be able to be part of this happening, to sit for 21 days in the presence of the avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to receive his initiation, to receive his boons and blessings, and his words, his blessings in forms of initiations. So we invite each and every one of you to go on kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Do not miss this opportunity to sit in the space of Paramashiva, to sit in the space of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. After everything that we have gone through, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that the pandemic, in a certain way, is a blessing, as it has raised and allowed a certain maturity to happen in each and every one of us. In that maturity, we start to realize the importance of raising our states of consciousness and experiencing the higher dimensions of our own existence, of our own identity. The Paramashivoham level 3 is nothing but that. It is a wonderful opportunity to sit in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to allow the mirroring of neurons to happen, to allow the various states of samadhi that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism radiates, to imbibe them, experience them, and awaken them in our own body. So we invite each and every one to register for this grand event. It is starting on March 1st until March 21st, 21 days of awakening that you can access in your home for an irreversible change, an irreversible empowerment, an irreversible paramanifestation, possibilities, and irreversible enlightenment to happen in you. So again, kailasa.org/Paramashivoham for registering for the program. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shared, why 21 days? It is important for us to sit for 21 days in that space which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created for us to have the conscious shift, to have the cognitive shift, to have the superconscious breakthrough. It takes 21 days for most of the cells of the body to rejuvenate, for the new cycle to happen. When the new cycles of cells is born in that higher space, which is held by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and which we can access when we sit in his presence for 21 days, these cells are born with that frequency, which makes the lasting experience permanent in us, as from there onwards, even our very body, our very biology is also raised and stabilized into that higher states of consciousness. So again, do not miss this opportunity. This COVID pandemic has created a lot of ups and downs and has damaged and broken us to pieces in various ways, whether mentally or physically, emotionally, or intellectually. And it is time for us to reintegrate ourselves, to reintegrate our being, to come back to the oneness with Paramashiva through the oneness with the Guru. So again, inviting each and everyone, do not miss this opportunity of sitting for 21 days in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to experience the higher states of consciousness which are available to you, and the vertical time zones in which you exist in various ways, as well as the science of paramanifestation. So go on kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, register your intention to participate, to experience the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Ashutosh Maharaj, can you also please elaborate a little bit about the yesterday's, the powerful initiation about the Purnatva, the completion, the Om Purnamada Purnamidam, and how His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has taken this to a new level of completion. Can you please elaborate those, please?
Yes, yesterday, for those of us who were watching, and we invite you to stay tuned to experience the live satsangs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving. He actually shared in the last webinar that he will start to give these initiations even before Paramashivoham. And yesterday we had a wonderful initiation, and we invite each and every one of you to go to the YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official channel, Kailasa's SPH, Nityananda Paramashivam, and to listen to this live stream where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated us into the Purnatva Tattva, a wonderful satsang initiation that the Supreme Pontiff gave about the truth of completion, how completion comes out of completion, remains as completion, and even when it merges back into completion, remains as completion. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that whatever you do, first you need to remember the truth. Do not put the cart in front of the horses. That is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared. So many times we have questions and our mind gets agitated and we get unsettled because of these questions and the answers that we do not always have for these questions. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, first remember the truth of completion. When the truth of completion is cognized, then everything else will fall in tune. All these questions will be answered and you will be able to handle the various happenings of your life. But the most important thing is to always come back to the truth first. So inviting each and every one to listen to this truth. It was an elaborate satsang, an amazing initiation, expanding our understanding about time and the various dimensions of time, from the space to the past, towards the present, and towards the future and back to the space. So it's an amazing revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, impossible to recap in few words. So inviting you to go again on the YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and start to receive these initiations. Prepare yourself to sit in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So all these initiations are also preparation to allow the maturity to happen in us so that we can receive what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has to share with each and every one of us. He has not conducted a program for many years, and every time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes a break, it is always very auspicious as he downloads many things from Mahakailasa, many gifts he brings back and he's willing to share to help us to get out of what we saw in some of the videos, the rut in which we are stuck, to get out of this circular routine that we are unable to break free from. So he will share many of these gifts in order to give us the superconscious breakthrough and the cognitive shift that we need in order to expand and come back to our original state.
Ashutosh Maharaj, can you also elaborate a little bit about these different gifts Param Shiva is going to give during this Param Shivaham from higher dimensions, like Parijata flower, and through these initiations, how it will help?
So yes, if you have followed some of the webinars recently, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given various examples how the Parijata, the Kamadhenu, the Kalpavriksha are various gadgets available in other vertical time zones. The Parijata being a flower which never withers away, the Kalpavriksha being the tree which fulfills all the wishes that you, all desires that you cherish when you are in the breathing space of the Kalpavriksha. And again, the Kamadhenu also. So all these, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, all these are available in the higher time zones. And when you go there and you come back, you can bring them back with you. And again, like mentioned a little bit earlier, all these various possibilities and powers which will help you to manifest the reality that you want and to heal, bring lots of healing to yourself and the world in order to raise its consciousness, to revive the authentic tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the establishment of Sri Kailasa, which is the Leela that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing before our eyes since he came to planet Earth.
Also, you mentioned briefly about the Nirvikalpa Samadhi and the different Samadhis, initiations His Divine Holiness is giving. Can you elaborate a little bit about those initiations, please? The Nirvikalpa Samadhi and one more.
So yesterday, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated each and every one of us into the Purnatva Tattva. But again, in the previous satsangs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave, he also started to initiate each and every one of us into first the Nirvikalpa Samadhi and then the Sahaja Samadhi. And how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you experience the oneness, the pure unclutching, and the oneness with Paramashiva, and how into the Sahaja Samadhi, you can bring this oneness into the action, into the everyday life. Sometimes Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that sometimes we feel that these things are not practical, or the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is only talking religion and it will take time, and how is it useful in your life? But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that ultimately these higher states of consciousness can be lived in our everyday life, and they will help us to make the best decisions. They will give us the capacity to go beyond food, to go beyond tiredness, to go beyond boredom, to manifest miracles and healings, to manifest various forms of possibilities and powers. So it is extremely practical and is extremely useful, as it will allow us to constantly be established in the truth as we engage into our daily activities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that the science of living enlightenment is the most practical thing you can implement in your life. Having a cognitive shift and a superconscious breakthrough is the most auspicious thing that can happen to you. So that is why we should always, do whatever we can to sit in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it's been 3 years since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made himself available in the way that he is going to make himself available during the Paramashivoham level 3. So we do not know what are the next initiations which are coming. Yes. There's going to be another initiation today. So around 10 p.m. IST, stay tuned. At the end of this program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be coming live. So we invite you to stay tuned for that. The next initiation will take place, and do not miss it, and prepare yourself to attend to Paramashivoham level 3. Again, you have the link at the bottom, kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Register your intention and get ready to experience the parallel universes.
Can you elaborate a little bit about the silence, soaked in silence, the Shanti part also, please?
So in one of the recent initiations, again, inviting each and everyone to go on the YouTube channel, on the official YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's SPH, Nityananda Paramashivam. In one of those initiations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has told us about the silence soaked in silence, soaked in silence, the peace soaked in peace, soaked in peace. And that is when he gave us the initiation into that experience. So there's not much to say about it. You should just go and sit in the presence, watch the discourse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and contemplate. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that just contemplate on this truth, the peace soaked in peace, soaked in peace, the silence soaked in silence, soaked in silence. So again, inviting each and everyone to go. Prepare yourself, listen to these discourses, and don't miss them almost every day. For the last few days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making himself available live. So do not miss this opportunity to prepare yourself for this Paramashivoham level 3, to allow the healing from the ups and downs that we have experienced during this pandemic to happen. And so that whenever the Paramashivoham level 3 starts, you are ready to go back as a whole and ready to fly to the other time zones.
Yes, really ready to fly, take off, really. So thank you, Ashutosh Maharaj, for sharing all that. And really the yesterday's completion in the Navagrahas, what Bhagavan explained, how the astrology and all this is related. So many new things Bhagavan also opened up. So please don't miss today's initiation. And with this, we'll walk you through how you can enter into these different sevas, how you can offer these different sevas for Devi Parashakti. So these are the URLs for tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. So where you can go and register for the sevas. We'll show you through a video how all these things you can do at click of the button and connect with the higher divine energy. So the first you click on tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi, and here you'll see the different offerings, different darshans and all that. So here first you put your intention. Once you put your intention for the seva, you put your name, phone number, and what sevas you are interested in, or like Param Shivoham, all these things. So here, these are for the sevas. You put your contact information. You select from Parashakti Bhava Samadhi. These are the different offerings for the Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So once you select your seva, you can select the quantities, like how much number of sevas you want to offer. And then add to the cart. Once you add to the shopping cart, you can see verify your order here, and then click on proceed to checkout. Now you can get your payment details, and once you submit the payment details, you can place the order. Once this part is done, you can go on http tiny.cc/sankalpa.2021, and you can put the information about the seva which you performed and what are the different names who need to be in the seva, and their names, phone number, all that, and what puja you are going to offer. All those details you can fill it in the Sankalpa 2021. So all your sevas will be performed in Adi Kailash. So with this, we conclude this section of offerings to Devi Parashakti, and we'll be entering into the new section after a short break.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. develop a powerful will persist. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes. So welcoming each and everyone back to this segment, whether you are on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other social media platform. We welcome you for this segment, this amazing segment of glimpses of the glorious past on the 5th of February. In this segment, we go through the years of the public life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is on a mission to revive the authentic Hinduism through the establishment of Sri Kailasa. Sri Kailasa is an enlightenment, ecosystem, civilizational nation. It is the establishment of the ecosystem in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism grew up, and how this ecosystem was able to give him the oneness with Paramashiva so that he could start his avataric mission. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving this ecosystem around the world so that every human being, the entire humanity, can benefit from this most authentic lifestyle, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So in this segment, we go through the years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's public life, and we see the various activities and contributions that he has offered to humanity as he is manifesting the Sri Kailasa nation. So we are here in the first year of today's segment in the year 2004 on the 5th of February. So we'll be going through every year on the 5th of February and see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has offered on this very day. Here in the year 2004, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a presidential address in California. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a vision. In this vision, he was told by Paramashiva that he would have the eastern headquarters in Bengaluru, India, and the western headquarters in Los Angeles, California. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, obviously at that time, did not know anything about Los Angeles. He did not even know how to pronounce the word properly. But after sharing it with devotees, the devotees were able to understand that he was referring to Los Angeles. So very soon after this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started a world tour and reached, like we can see in these pictures, reached California, which is where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started, to reach out to people, to enrich people, to give experience to people, to give knowledge to people, so that they could start and get inspired to establish the Western headquarters. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting a program in California, reaching out to the devotees, disciples, and followers, empowering them with the truth, helping them to realize how useful Sanatana Hindu Dharma is in everyone's life in various ways, in various dimensions of life. So this is wonderful early pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism enriching the people in Los Angeles, California. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that one of the biggest blind spots, if not the biggest blind spot, that the Hindus have been cherishing for the last hundreds of years is the lack of enriching and causing, the lack of reaching out to people and making them experience the authenticity of Hinduism and how Hinduism can contribute to any dimension of an individual's life. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that because of the lack of enriching and because of the amount of persecution that has been happening on Hinduism for the last thousands of years, the Hinduism has lost a lot of ground and is now on the brink of extinction. That is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recognized as an avatar of Parashiva, came down for the sake of protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, reviving it to its authentic glory. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reaching out to people in the USA, on the other side of the world, literally in California.
On 5th February 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwaram, on this day concluded the 10th day of the Nityananda program with the powerful energy darshan to each individual. He then traveled from Bangalore to Salem over 250 kilometers by road and performed the Bhumi Puja, the worship of Mother Earth, to mark the construction of Kailasa's infrastructure and Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem. And he was re-establishing in Salem. He also accepted the invitation of a devotee and inaugurated his restaurant named Nitya Restaurant, named after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is part of the famous hotel Kirtika Palace located at number 381. On the same day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also gave the Kalpada Darshan for the Nityananda program participants. Here are some of the pictures where the Kalpada Darshan was held.
Let us now enter into the next year, the year 2008, again on the 5th of February. The Inner Healing Convention at the Pitadipati of Kovilur Adinam, Nathyappa Jnanadeshika Swami at Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru, India. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received Jnanadeshika Swami, a leader and in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been reaching out to a lot of the figures of Hinduism's, leaders of Hinduism's, in order to bring all together, in order to bring the importance of reaching out to people and protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the persecution that it has been suffering from for the last thousands of years. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inviting Jnanadeshika Swami at the Adi Kailasa, the eastern headquarters of the Sri Kailasa nation in Bengaluru, India, so that he can share various insights and his vision about Sanatana Hindu Dharma, so that we can inspire, share, and connect with the various dimensions of Hinduism, the various sampradayas. Hinduism is the embodiment of non-violence and coexistence. So even though there are tens of thousands of sampradayas, tens of thousands of lineages and traditions, they all peacefully coexist within each other. So here we can see part of this happening where various leaders come and share about their traditions, about their sampradaya, and how they are well received by other traditions, lineages, and sampradayas. A beautiful vision and understanding, visualization that the humanity needs to know. It is possible to coexist, even if sometimes the ideologies differ. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is bringing back this most important dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is ahimsa, non-violence, and coexistence with others. So here, entering into the year 2009, on the 5th of February, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is visiting the Sela Madinam and blessing the devotees. So as we saw in the previous years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the Bhumi Puja for the establishment of the Adinam. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting this Adinam and blessing the devotees. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has traveled far and wide around the world and across India, the length and breadth of India, reaching out to people, especially in the southern part, as it is his native area. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reaches out and makes Hinduism available and strengthens the experience of each Hindus into Hinduism so that they can stand with more strength and help to stop the persecution against Hinduism and the various dimensions of its existence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of living enlightenment and is showing each and every one of us how this science is hidden beneath the various dimensions of Hinduism and how there's no mythology, no superstition, everything is a science, higher science of life in order to raise ourselves to higher states of consciousness, to experience vertical time zones, and to allow the science of paramanifestation to happen in our life. Here we have a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Kodikan Darisana Ratha Yatra along the various places of southern India. Like mentioned, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made tremendous efforts to reach out to everyone. And one of the major activity which took place in the year 2009 and 2010 was the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, where the deities Nityanandeshwara and Nityanandeshwari were brought and literally traveled across South India to bless the devotees. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that when the eyes of the deity fall on you, tremendous auspiciousness starts to happen in your life. So it is extremely auspicious to have the eyes of the deities to fall on us. So like that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took the major deities of the Garbha Mandir, Nityanandeshwara and Nityanandeshwari, and having the yatra on the chariot, they literally were brought across the various streets of the various cities of South India, giving blessing to devotees, allowing devotees to experience the feeling connection, to experience the boons and blessings, and come together for the sake of Hinduism, standing for the revival of this most authentic lifestyle, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
On 5th February 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus conducted a presidential address on Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Then Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, paraphrasing in his own words, shared that I'm going to dedicate my life to reproduce this experience in people, reproduce these great powers on people, and scientifically establish a step-by-step practical lifestyle where people can experience all these great experiences and powers of Samyama and express the great experiences and powers of Samyama to the world. So I request all our devotees and disciples to be aware and understand my motive and the work I'm doing. If you can understand, be with me. So as Patanjali says, I will teach you Samyama, experiencing and expressing the extraordinary experiences and powers from superconscious through your body and mind in progression. So I request all of you, devotees, disciples, satsangis, participants in our spiritual embassies, not to miss even a single instruction and go through the whole process intensely and sincerely in progression. So let us now Watch a beautiful video clip where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains and shares a great knowledge about the Samyama.
I wanted all of you to know the great system of Yoga Vedanta means combination of yoga philosophy and Vedanta philosophy. Everything is aimed continuously to remind you the original space of all-knowing, all-pervading, always blissful in you. Please understand, many of the Western religions aims at constantly reminding you about the original sin. But the Eastern religions, especially the Yoga Vedanta Sampradaya, constantly works to remind you about your original, graceful, all-knowing, all-fulfilled, always blissful state. Even your master is supposed to remind that state which you are having in you constantly to you. That is why in Yoga Vedantic tradition, even God is just a stepping stone for enlightenment. Please understand, God is not ultimate. In Yoga Vedantic tradition, God is a stepping stone for enlightenment. God is a concept used for you to experience godliness. The ultimate possibility for every human being in spiritual field is thrown open only in Vedic tradition, because everything is a technique for you to experience the highest. There is no definitive higher or superior power over you. Even the concept of God is for you to experience godliness. The moment you translate the word stage by stage, it gives the feeling like you need to achieve something. No, you don't need to. Take the responsibility to only get something out of your treasury. You don't need to yearn. As long as you have the idea you need to achieve, you always feel there is somebody who is having it. Somebody who is possessing it, you need to take it away from that person. Tribal mentality. It is okay for religions in a very primitive state. But not for sophisticated, evolved, luxurious people like Ganges civilization. If you are stuck in some desert or the useless forest, living as a tribal in a very primitive way, your mentality can go only up to the level. There are some powers with somebody, you need to receive it from them or take it from them. Because the whole psyche of primitive people is somebody possessing something. Either you receive from them or take it from them. It is completely based on possessiveness. But the religion of Vedic civilization has grown in the rich Ganges plateau, banks of the Ganges, again in the minds which is enriched by the freedom and luxury of all the time and energy is available for their highest, honest research and development. So here is a religion which has grown in an inner space which is not primitive, which is not possessiveness based. Understand the vast difference between translating this Bhumishu Vinyoga as stage by stage or progression. A big difference. If you translate that as a stage by stage, still you are stuck with the primitive mentality of religion. Somebody is having, you need to take it. Root cause of all depression. Progression means you have it. Your body and mind need to take that out from your inner space, superconsciousness. All you need is training your body and mind, step by step, to take those things out. Why the word progression, step by step? Because if your body and mind tries to take everything out, all the powers out at a time, it may not be able to stay in a balanced way and express those powers. It may just get burnt away. I have seen sometimes people boiling themselves in depression, burning themselves into negativity. Same way, sometimes people can boil themselves even with extraordinary powers. If their body and mind is not matured enough to handle these extraordinary powers, they may just play with these powers in a foolish way and disturb and damage, cause too much damage to people.
Yes. So after having heard this presidential address by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, we invite each and every one of you to go on Nityandapedia on this day and listen to the entire session about Samyama and how Samyama is a progression. We are now entering into the next year, the year 2014, on the 5th of February. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is visiting the Adi Kailasa Paramashiva Devasthanam and the sacred banyan tree. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has discovered the land of Adi Kailasa through a vision of Paramashiva, who showed him a banyan tree. So Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, traveled in the area of Bengaluru trying to find this banyan tree. Simultaneously, the owner of this land, which used to be a forest, literally, and a snake farm on top of that, was also had a vision, a dream, where Dakshinamurti came and told him that he would have to donate the land to a young Swami. And the owner of the land had tried many times to give the land to other Swamis, but somehow the land always came back. After having this vision, he searched for a young Swami, and a few days later, he met Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He invited him, telling him about the vision, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also telling him that he was looking for a certain banyan tree. So he invited the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this land and showed him the banyan tree. The moment the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saw the banyan tree, he knew that this was the land where he had to establish the eastern headquarters of the Sri Kailasa nation. Under this banyan tree was a very auspicious and sacred Swayambhulinga, a self-manifested linga which resided in a cave which is literally at the bottom and inside the banyan tree. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrated this linga, and we can see here in the picture in the main Garbha Mandir, the Swayambhulinga being decorated with Alankaram. And that is how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started the Adi Kailasa. So here we can see the Garbha Mandir with the presiding deities of Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, Gurumurti, as well as the Swayambhulinga that was found under this banyan tree. Every day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes and has darshan of the deities, as well as offering his respects and his devotion to the banyan tree before starting his day. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism early morning traveling to the temple and sitting in front of the deities and enjoying the oneness with Nityanandeshwara and Nityanandeshwari. Here we have a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he's walking across the temple, seeing the various vahanas and everything to make sure that everything is in line, and the sacred art dimension of the mission, the revival of how to make deities and bring deities to procession is followed as per the agamas. On the picture on the right, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism approaching this banyan tree that we just shared about. We can see also in the right side of the picture, in the back, the deity of Dakshinamurti. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave the prana pratishtha, did the consecration of the Dakshinamurti deity under the banyan tree. Dakshinamurti is the embodiment of Paramashiva, who came down to teach and give enlightenment to the rishis. And he always comes under the banyan tree. So naturally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has infused the prana, the life energy, into Dakshinamurti under the banyan tree. In the middle also, a little bit in the back, we can see a small linga as well as a harva, a sword, which is the deity of Munishwara. Munishwara is an embodiment of Paramashiva who comes down ferociously and acts as a protector. Actually, even before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came onto this land, many devotees across that live around this banyan tree, around this land, have told that they have witnessed literally seeing Munishwara walking around the banyan tree during certain nights. So literally, this manifestation of Paramashiva is literally alive and guarding this banyan tree, as this banyan tree is a direct portal to the space of Mahakailasa. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism approaching. And if you see again a little bit on the left side of the picture, there's a small hole at the bottom of the banyan tree, a small cave. That is the cave where the Swayambhulinga was kept intact for thousands of years. This linga was also worshipped by Lord Rama and other avatars in the past. Paramahamsa Ramakrishna even visited this land when he was in the body and told that soon something amazing will be happening in this very location, as this is an extremely holy place. And a few years later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came and started his mission, revival of Sri Kailasa. Here we have a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Kalpataru Convention and blessing the participants, listening to their requests and prayers, giving them boons and giving them the darshan, physical touch, and even sometimes a hug. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism fulfilling the desires of the devotees and followers. Entering now into the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with Swami Akhilananda from the Vivekananda Ashram visiting the Kailasa Sacred Arts University at the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, like mentioned, is reviving the arts of temple and deity worship. So naturally, he has also established the Nityananda University, Sacred Arts University, which has the purpose of making deities and everything which is required to relate with the deities for the worship, the ritual, and everything that is required in order to experience the feeling connection with the deities. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showing some of the Swamis, as well as Swami Akhilananda from the Vivekananda Ashram, walking them across the various parts of the Sacred Arts University, showing them the work that is being done and what he is reviving, inviting them also, enriching them about the various activities done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he is reviving the Sri Kailasa nation, the authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Again, in the year 2015, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting Adi Kailasa Paramashiva Devasthanam and the sacred banyan tree, conducting the Prana Pratishta and Abhishekam to Venkateshwara Swami, deity visiting the sacred banyan tree. So another deity which was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism under the banyan tree is Lord Venkateshwara. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as some devotees and disciples, gathering for the Prana Pratishta, the invocation of the prana, the life energy, into Venkateshwara, literally allowing Venkateshwara to come down from Vaikuntha, from Kailasa, to land into the deity and make himself available to devotees. So here we can see on the right, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the puja as part of the Prana Pratishta, the consecration of this deity of Lord Venkateshwara, the embodiment of Mahavishnu. Here we have another picture of Lord Venkateshwara with some flower malas after the first part of the Prana Pratishta, just before the Abhishekam.
On 5th February 2016, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwaram, expanded on the Kena Upanishad as part of the morning Nitya Satsang. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism imparts to us the context and purpose of Upanishads, the sacred ground of human consciousness on which the Upanishads sow the seed of the thought current of seeking the source. Never does the Hindu tradition and the scriptures, the Upanishads, dictate do's and don'ts to control humans, nor do they give any direct answers. And Upanishads filled with highest truths provoke the seeker to keep the thought current of seeking alive. Sharing from his own biography moments when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at a young age came upon the Upanishad, It was always romance with Upanishads. Never was there a study or memorizing the scriptures for him. Romancing and cherishing the words from Upanishads and seeking the source is the right way to imbibe and experience these eternal truths. And inner awakening participants also had a session with the Supreme Founder of Hinduism under the very sacred banyan tree, where even Rama gave the Upanishads and Parameshwar himself gave the knowledge of Upanishads to various Saptarishis. So let us now watch a few minute clip of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism expanding about the Kena Upanishad, where Supreme Founder of Hinduism gives introduction to Kena Upanishad on the title Seeking the Source.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Introducing Kenopanishad. Somebody asked me, human beings are just developed monkeys, but how we are able to perceive so much about the universe, planets, space, how we are able to understand so much about all that. Why other animals, even the closest version of us, chimpanzees, are not able to catch, understand things about universe? Why human beings are able to understand, perceive, even manipulate as we want? Already we have space stations. Some of the big rocks coming towards the planet Earth, we can blast it or redirect it from there itself. Already we are able to manipulate movements in the space. How? Please understand, because only human beings started asking the question, Kene Shitam? By whom? This Upanishad is responsible for keeping one of the most important, powerful thought current responsible for human intelligence. Please understand. Few of the thought currents responsible for why human beings are the way they are. Listen, few of the thought currents why the human beings are the way they are. The first thought current, who am I? Second, what happens after death? Third, most subtle, most precious, most important thought current. What is the source of all this? What happens after death? That thought current was kept alive in the humanity. Please understand, no Upanishad is a conclusion. I wanted you to understand this truth. Neither Isha, nor Kena, or Kata, or Mundaka, or Mandukya, no Upanishad is conclusion. That's a beauty. Seeking thought currents, consolidated for further research is Upanishads. Understand? It is not answer. The whole Isavasya Upanishad, you won't get a single answer. These are some of the theses proposed, some of the thought currents needed to be cherished, pondered upon, thought about. Those thought currents will give you 1,000 questions, 2,000 answers. But those thought currents need to be kept alive. For your next generation, they may give 10,000 questions and 20,000 answers. Understand? Upanishadic masters were not interested in controlling the society in the name of religion. No. Religion protects the state, state protects the religion. That kind of a structure, we are not interested. That is why in the whole planet Earth, not a single country is there for Hinduism, because we never bothered about it. In all countries, as long as they exist, we will be practiced. If practicing us has disappeared, be very clear, last human being has breathed. There is no life left in the planet Earth. As long as there is life left in the planet Earth, we will be lived. We were not working on creating a system which will psychologically control and manipulate human beings. If we were planning for that kind of a system, we need a set of answers. How many times you can marry, how many times you need to pray, how you need to pray. We were never interested in that. Upanishads are based.
Yes, so after having heard amazing satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we invite you to check the rest of this discourse, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals about the Kena Upanishad, about seeking, and about the amazingness of the rishis who downloaded the truth as it is without any vested interest for the sake of protecting the nation or any other idea. The seeking the truth for the purpose of keeping the seeking alive in each and every one of us. So inviting you to go on Nityandepedia, type on this day, 5th February 2016, and you will access this discourse. You can also go on the YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, and you can type Kenopanishad, the thought current for seeking, and you will find this video as well. So let us now move into the next year of today's segment. February. The 5th of February 2017. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a presidential address on integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching through the 5 faces of Sadashiva. When you are in a creative mood, bring integrity, and you will manifest Sadashiva's Shakti. You will come Satyojata, born out of integrity. Anything which is born out of integrity will stand forever. Any creation, including manifesting powers, add integrity to it. Out of Satya, anything is born. Satyojata, anything born out of integrity, will stay forever and do good for you. When you add integrity to your aham, you become Sadashivoham. When you are in a destructive mood, bring responsibility. You will always destroy what needs to be destroyed. It will be equivalent to rejuvenation, not just destruction. Irresponsibility leads to tantrum throwing, rioting, destruction. It may look like Kalabhairava and Kali run riot on the cosmos, but they know precisely where to put their leg, where to put the hand, where to put the sword. The precision is not even one cell, this side or that side. Whenever you are in the mood of confusion, delusion, depression, start living for others, enriching. And if you think only about you, when you are rotten, it will be stinking. Enriching is the only solution. So let us now watch a short clip, a short excerpt of this satsang given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the presidential address, revealing more about these truths.
Decided, I will keep the authenticity of me and my Sangha. That's it. It cannot be destroyed. Authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. Whenever you are in a destructive mood, bring responsibility. Understand? If you feel responsible and destroy, it will always be the things needed to be destroyed. You will never destroy what should not be destroyed. You will always destroy what need to be destroyed immediately. With responsibility, destruction will be equivalent to rejuvenation, not just destruction. Irresponsibility leads to tantrum throwing, rioting, destruction. It may look like Kalabhairava and Kali run riot on the cosmos, but they know precisely where to put the leg and where to put the hand, where to put the sword. It is too precise. The precision is not even one cell this side or that side. It is more precise than any laser surgery. Understand? Kalabhairava's Trishul may be as huge as Merudanda, the Meru hill, but it is as precise as non-invasive surgery laser. How the non-invasive laser surgeries performed on your heart are precise. Kalabhairava's Trishul is that precise because it feels responsible. Understand, whenever you are in the destruction mood, anger, violence, frustration, not depression. Depression is delusion. Frustration is destruction. Listen, anger, frustration, and destructive mood, these three. Whenever you are in these three mood, bring responsibility to you. Look in, are you behaving responsibly? Are you behaving responsibly? Whenever you are in the mode of delusion, confusion, depression, understand, depression, delusion, confusion means much of your part is rotten. For example, if 20% of a vegetable or a fruit is rotten, you can cut that portion, remove it, consume the remaining part. If 99% of it is rotten, you won't be able to get that 1% out. The whole thing needs to be discarded. Listen carefully. Depression, delusion means 99% of your part has become rotten. Now, the only way to get rid of it is start living for others, enriching. You are already rotten. If you build your mind, your life on you, it will be stinking. Forget about you. Start living for others. Enriching is the only solution. Listen. These 5 aspects of Sadashiva, actually in reality 6. The ultimate, the 6th is unmanifest. Let me explain these 5. Creation, sustenance, destruction, delusion, liberation. Whenever you are in a destructive mood, feel responsibility. Bring responsibility into it. Whenever you are in delusion, you are confused, you don't know what to do, what kind of decision you should make, what will be the right at this moment for my life. Whenever you are in that delusion, through bhava, just throw yourself away and decide your life is for others. Say, confusion means whatever I know as me is rotten. Once it is rotten, whether it is Kashmir apple or California orange, it is useless. Once it is rotten, you can't say, oh, Kashmir apple, California orange. Like Shankara says, nahi nahi rakshadi to krunj karane. When death arrives, to krunj karana, your logical understanding of the language does not protect you. You can't use a straw to float in the ocean. If you think you can, you are a fool. Nahi nahi rakshadi to krunj karane. When you are in the mood of delusion, listen. When you are in the mood of the delusion, decide life is for others. Make all the decisions based on enriching. Life is for others. Change the place you are living. Change the people with whom you are living. Change the profession you are in. If you don't, you will be stuck and wasting the life forever. I tell you, death is much, much better, 10,000 times better than being stuck in delusion. In death, at least you move, go ahead. You move further. Nothing gets.
Yes. So after having heard some of the clip of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the presidential address, we invite each and every one of you to listen to the full video. Go on the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Paramashivam. You can type this title, Understand Integrity, Authenticity, Responsibility, and Enriching. And you can watch the rest of this satsang, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, and maps them to the 5 heads of Sadashiva, the Panchakritya of Paramashiva. So let us now move into the next year of today's segment. Here we have a few more pictures of the presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the year 2017, as he was delivering this satsang, the Living Sadashivoham program. Again, in the year 2017, here we can see the delegates and citizens of Kailasa Nation cleaning the Arunachala Sarvanyabhita with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is very active in various dimensions, and one of them is managing the sanghas and the various monasteries. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism radiating this dimension, where he goes around the monastery of Arunachala Sarvanyapita and guides the devotees on how cleanliness, the level of cleanliness that should be kept, and the various things that should be put in place in order for the monastery to look as per what the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. So here we can see few pictures of that happening.
On 5th February 2020, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle. The conscious resources are more useful and powerful for your life during the everyday life public address, which is the Nityananda Satsang. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shared a most powerful message directly from Sri Kailasa. Understanding the reality of Paramashiva not only becomes enlightenment, it also fills your bone marrow, every organ, every state of consciousness. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells that I really tell you that if you understand that Paramashiva's reality, the way he exists, your internal organs will start functioning with so much of energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also marked this day as the greatest happening in the history of Hinduism due to the Kumbhabhishekam of the Tanjavur Brihadishwara temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also elucidated that the power of moving matter with consciousness is possible to be transferred to Swargaloka, Tapoloka, and Kailasa. Sharing his pure joy seeing the grand Kumbhabhishekam of the Tanjavur Brihadishwara temple successfully happening, sharing his vision to see the same happening in Adi Kailasa and all other Kailasas worldwide.
Entering now into the final year of today's segment, on the 5th of February 2021, The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a presidential address on denying the suffering and pain and blessed the delegates and Kailasa nation citizens with the Kalabhairava Bhava Samadhi Darshan as part of the Kalabhairavoham Convention. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism radiating the space of Kalabhairava. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed tremendously with this dimension of Bhava Samadhi Darshans during this COVID pandemic. Since the beginning, he has helped the various disciples, devotees, delegates, citizens of Kailasas to stay above the ups and downs of the COVID-19 and the pandemic going across the world by constantly making himself available and giving the various Bhava Samadhi Darshans. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally invites a deity to come and radiate through his body, to give the darshan a glimpse of the energy that this dimension of Paramashiva, that this deity radiates, helping the devotees to experience oneness with that deity and experience the qualities and powers radiated by this dimension of Paramashiva. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the mirroring neuron happens, where just by witnessing and falling in tune from the space of oneness, we can experience everything which is happening in the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our own body, raising ourselves to higher states of consciousness and starting to experience various vertical time zones, manifest various possibilities and powers. So here we have the darshan of Mahakalabhairava, which is the ferocious form, the Lord of Time, which comes and gives us a breakthrough to go beyond time and beyond our patterns. So we now come to the end of this segment. So we thank each and every one of you to have participated and took part in this segment, listening to these various happenings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifested since he started his public life. We'll now take a short break, and right after the break, we'll be moving on to the next segment, where we'll be listening and receiving one initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reminding each and everyone that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be coming live in the next few hours. So stay tuned around 10 p.m. IST. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is expected to come live and bless each and every one of us for this. So let us now take a short break, and we'll be jumping into the next segment afterwards. Stay tuned.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Today, the initiation is for Sahaja Samadhi. Please understand. Nirvikalpa Samadhi, a deep unclutching, when it becomes part of your biomemory, even during your whole day of work, if you reside in the same state, that is called Sahaja Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi becoming Sada Nirvikalpa Samadhi is Sahaja Samadhi. Now, I am literally going to pour with the grace of Paramashiva. I am going to pour Akasa Bhairava. Akasa Bhairava is the pure energy, like a liquid gold. I am going to pour that liquid gold into your Swadhisthana. Through these mantras, I have the mantras with me. These powerful sounds will melt the energy of the Paramashiva and pour inside you as Akasha Bhairava. See, when Akasha Bhairava is poured inside you, tantrically you are initiated to live in Sahaja Samadhi. Akasha Bhairava is the Lord of Sahaja Samadhi. So all of you settle down. My blessings to all of you. There are so many people putting the boons and prayers you want. I'll fulfill everything. Ma Nitya Nishkrodananda Monica, blessings. Shakti Das, Mayadas, blessings. I'll fulfill all the boons you want. I grant you the boon you are asking. You will be with me, I'll be with you. Blessings. So now, get ready and sit. I'm going to pour the hot liquid gold it will exactly feel like that only. When Akasha Bhairava enters your Swadhisthana, you will see the liquid gold being poured inside your Swadhisthana. So all the patterns disappear, melt down. So if you want your pets, kids, anyone initiated, get them. I'm going to fill all of you with this pure liquid gold. Hmm? If you want to energize your Atmalinga, you can get it and keep. Even if you want to energize a bottle of water or hot chocolate, even if you are not going to drink now, if you want to drink later, but you want it to be energized by Akash Bhairava's energy, you can get that and keep it in front of the screen. It will be like a powerful explosion because I'm going to use the mantras, very strong mantras from Agama, which is directly given by Akash Bhairava. He himself is the Acharya of this mantra. Ananda Bhairava is the Rishi for Akasha Bhairava mantra. Means Bhairava himself gives Bhairava mantra. So, settle down. I'll initiate all of you. Om, 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 Om. Om, 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 Om. You can sit either with open eyes or closed eyes. Just be silence soaked inside the silence, soaked inside the silence. You be in the absolute silent space. I'll pour Akash Bhairava energy in you. Om, Om, Om. Om Mahaganapataye Namaha. Om Kailasaguru Mahanandishwaraya Namaha. Om Om Akashabhairavamala mantra Anandabhairavarushi Gayatri Chandaha Akashabhairavo Devata Shrim Bijam Om Shaktihi Sarvabhishta Viniyogah Hram Yidyadi Karanganyasa Om Kram Krim Krum Kraum Kraim Om 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 Angushtabhyam Namaha Darjanibhyam Swaha Madhyamabhyam Vashat Anamigabhyam Hum Kanishtabhyam Vaushat Karadalakaravrishtabhyam Astraya Fat Kritayaya Namaha Sirase Swaha Shikayai Vashat Kavachaya Hum Netratrayaya Vaushat Om Garadalakaravrishtabhyam Astraya Fat Om 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 Shagashravani Vatvakram Shagastatrayalocanam Sarvabhishtapratam Devam Dhyayet Akashabhairavam Shagashravani Vatvakram Sahasratrayalocanam Sarvabhishtapratam Devam Dhyayet Akashabhairavam Om 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 ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ सहस्रपाणिपद्वक्त्रं सहस्रत्रयलोचनं सर्वाभीष्टप्रदं देवं ध्यायेत् आकाशभैरवम् ॐ ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा ॐ ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं श्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय निखिललोकप्रियाय प्रणतोऽस्मि जन परितापमोचनाय सकलभूतनिवारणाय कराळाय अखिलपुरिसंहारकारणाय अनेककोटिब्रह्मकपाल मालालङ्कृताय नर रुधिर मांस भक्षणाय महाबलपराक्रमाय महातन्त्राय विमोचनाय परम मंत्र यंत्र तंत्र विद्याविच्छेतनाय प्रसन्नवदनाम्बुजाय यहि येहि आगच्छ आगच्छ ममाभीष्टम् आकर्षय आकर्षय आवेशय आवेशय मोहय मोहय प्रामय प्रामय द्रावय द्रावय पादय पादय सिद्धय सिद्धय पन्दय पन्दय पाशय पाशय शोभय शोभय बुधप्रेत पिशाचान्मर्तय मर्तय कुर्तय कुर्तय पादय पादय मोचय मोचय कुम्भय कुम्भय कम्बय कम्बय ताडय ताडय त्रोडय त्रोडय भेदय भेदय साधय साधय चण्डवादातिवेगाय सततगम्भीरजीरुम्बनाय संघर्षय संघर्षय संक्रामय संक्रामय प्रवेशय प्रवेशय स्तोभय स्तोभय तोदय तोदय केदय केदय दर्जय दर्जय नादय नादय रोदय रोदय कादय कादय वेदय वेदय सकल रिबून् सिन्धि सिन्धि पिन्दय पिन्दय अन्दय अन्दय रुन्दय रुन्दय नन्दय नन्दय वन्दय वन्दय ॐ श्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं कल्याणकारणाय आविरदानन्द महाभोगप्रियाय ॐ देवदत्तं आनय आनय केलय केलय मेलय मेलय प्रपन्नवत्सलाय प्रतिवदन तवन दहन अमृतकिरणनयनाय सहस्रकोटि वेतालपरिवृताय रिबून्नुच्चाडय उच्चाडय वेबय वेबय तापय तापय शेषय शेषय मोहय मोहय लोटय लोटय स्फोटय स्फोटय गृह्ण गृह्ण अनन्तवासुगीदक्षः कार्कोटकपद्ममहापद्मशङ्खकुलिक महनाहभूषणाय स्थावरजङ्गमानां विषं नाशय नाशय पाशय पाशय भस्मीकुरु भस्मीकुरु भक्तजनवल्लभाय तर्कस्थितिसंहारकारणाय तग तग सर्वशत्रून्नुत्रेगय उत्रेगय विद्वेषय विद्वेषय उत्साहय उत्साहय उद्बातय उद्बातय बाधय बाधय साधय साधय दह दह पच पच Soshaya soshaya, boshaya boshaya, duraya duraya, maraya maraya, bakshaya bakshaya, sikshaya sikshaya, samastabhutam, sikshaya sikshaya, Hrim Hrim Klim Sham Ryum Anavaradadandavaya Abattuttaranaya Sadhujanani doshaya doshaya bhushaya bhushaya Balaya balaya shilaya shilaya Krodaloba madamatsariyan samaya samaya damaya damaya Drashaya drashaya Samaya samaya Shiti chala tahana Marutagahana Tarani somatmaga sariraya Samadabora diditiksha Samadana shraddam dabaya dabaya Prabaya prabaya Vignachetam Kuru kuru Raksha raksha Sham Ryum Klim Hrim Shrim Brahmane Swaha Shigra Siddhiprada Saubhakya Pradastayam Mantraha Om 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 Namo Bhagavate Akashabhairavaya Hrim Hrim Klim Vignachetam Kuru Kuru Raksha Raksha Hrim Hrim Klim Sham Ryum Klim Hrim Steam Brahmane Swaha Om 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 Om
विनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं शोकमोहदैन्यलोकगोपतापनाशनं हे प्रयाति कालभैरवाम्बिसन्निधिं ध्रुवम् काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कारुकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षिताटदायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमङ्कुलाशमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्कपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्यामकायमादिदेवमक्षरं विरामयं भीमविक्रमं प्रभुं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रजस्तधारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मनोग्रहेम किङ्किणीरसत्कटिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकर्ममार्गनाशकं कर्मपाशमोचकं सुशर्मदायकं विभुं कर्णवर्णदेशपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
ఓం నమో భగవతే ఆకాశభైరవాయ ఓం శ్రీం హ్రీం క్లీం విఘ్నచ్ఛేతం కురు కురు రక్ష రక్ష శ్రీం హ్రీం క్లీం క్షం హ్రీం క్లీం హ్రీం శ్రీం బ్రహ్మణే స్వాహా ఓం ఓం ఓం
कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं शोकमोहदैन्यलोकगोपतापनाशनं हे प्रयाति कालभैरवाम्बिसन्निधिं ध्रुवम् काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कारुकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षिताटदायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमङ्कुलाशमक्षशूलमक्षरं श्रीनिवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गगोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं
ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय। ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष। ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा। ॐ नमो भगवते आकाशभैरवाय। ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं विघ्नच्छेदं कुरु कुरु रक्ष रक्ष। ह्रीं ह्रीं क्लीं क्षं ह्रीं क्लीं ह्रीं श्रीं ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा। ॐ ॐ ॐ ॐ।
देवराजसेव्यमानपावनामृपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमानपावनामृपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गगोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं योगमोहदैन्यलोभगोपतापनाशनं हे प्रयाति कालभैरवां सन्निधिं सेव्यमान पावनामृ पङ्कजं ज्ञालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराज सेव्यमान पावनामृ पङ्कजं ज्ञालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रगुण्यवर्धनं लोकमोहदैन्यलोभगोपतापनाशनं हे प्रयाति कालभैरवं विसन्निधिं सेव्यमान पावनामृ पङ्कजं ज्ञालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराज सेव्यमान पावनामृ पङ्कजं ज्ञालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं योगमोहदैन्यलोभगोपतापनाशनं ते प्रयाति कालभैरवं दिशन्निधिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमानपावनामृपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमानपावनामृपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षिताटधायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमङ्कुराक्षरक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्कपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्यामकायमादिदेवमक्षरं निरामयं भीमविक्रमं प्रभुं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रथस्थचारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मनोज्ञहेम किङ्किणीलसत्कटिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकं धर्ममार्गनाशकं धर्मपाशमोचकं सुधर्मदायकं विभुं वर्णवर्णदेशपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे रत्नपादुकाप्रभाविरामपादयुग्मकं नित्यमद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं करालतं श्रमोक्षणं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे अट्टहासभिन्नपद्मजाण्डकोशगन्धति दृष्टिपादनष्टपापजालमुद्रकाशनम् अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकाधरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं योगमोहदैन्यलोभगोपतापनाशनं ते प्रयाति कालभैरवं दिशन्निधिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराज सेव्यमानभावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगि वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षितार्थकार्यकं प्रियोजनं कालकालमङ्कुलाक्षमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्कपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्यामकायमादिदेवमक्षरं विरामयं भीमविक्रमं प्रभुं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रजस्तचारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मनोज्ञमेव किङ्किणीलसत्कटिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकं धर्ममार्गनाशकं धर्मपाशमोचनं सुशर्मदायकं विभुं कर्णवर्णदेशपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे रत्नपादुकाप्रभाविरामपादयुग्मकं नित्यमद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं करालकं श्रमोक्षणं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे अट्टहासभिन्नपद्मजाण्डकोशनन्दति दृष्टिपादनष्टपापरालं प्रकाशनम् अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकाधरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं प्रीतिमार्गगोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
ఓం 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 నమో భగవతే ఆకాశభైరవాయ శ్రీం హ్రీం క్లీం విఘ్నచ్చేతం కురు కురు రక్ష రక్ష శ్రీం హ్రీం క్లీం షం హ్రూం క్లీం హ్రీం శ్రీం బ్రహ్మణే స్వాహ ఓం 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 as a living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, as a source of Akasha Bhairava. I bless you all to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sagaja Samadhi, eternally, blissfully, in Paramadvaita with Paramashiva. Om, Om, Om. All the wealth, health, auspiciousness, Ishwaratva manifest for all of you. Om, Om, Om. Beyond the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, delusions, everything, let Paramashiva manifest Paramadvaita in all of us. Paramaishwaratva in all of us. Let all the wealth, health, auspiciousness, Ishta Siddhi, Ashta Siddhi,
all the great things, powers, Paramadvaita manifest in all of us. Om, Om, Om. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiv. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nityanam, everybody, welcome back. And we saw a very powerful initiation into the Sahaja Samadhi, one of the 108 initiations that Swamiji is giving, showering on every one of us. Once again today, we are all blessed to be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be having the darshan starting very shortly. We request all the participants and viewers who are sitting with us all around the world to go over, and you can call your friends, family, your neighbors, and everyone who be part of this initiation. And once again, we'd like to share with every one of you about the wonderful opportunity for each and every one of you to attend the upcoming Paramashivoham Level 3, which is the most awaited program, the most exciting program, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself will be conducting the entire Paramashivoham Level 3, giving us initiations. Already we've been having so many various different types of webinars where Swamiji is sharing deeper and deeper truths on the time, space, and the parallel universes. The Paramashivam Level 3 is going to be one of a kind. So I request every one of you once again, head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program.
Yes. So the Paramashivoham Level 3 program is just starting in less than a month on the 1st of March 2022, where directly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be taking the sessions and the initiations during the Paramashivoham program. And also, as most of us know, the direct programs with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have not actually been that frequent. And after 3 whole years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his grace and compassion, hearing the many requests from all the devotees around the globe, has graced us with the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And during the program, we'll be having the various initiations, especially the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism introduced the concept of the vertical dimensions. Many of us would have heard the concepts either in sci-fi movies or in books, where other people have just imagined about what a parallel universe might be. But here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is teaching us directly how we can explore those parallel universes and our own selves in the parallel universes in the vertical time zones, and even how we can have or get the items from those parallel universe physically, and much more, many more experiences. Most of you would have seen the webinars from the recent weeks where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded, or I should say, introduced the parallel dimensions to all of us, and literally told it is not as difficult as we think. It is as easy as, let's say, flying from a continent to another continent, a country to another country. And it is this beautiful, powerful cognition that we receive. Many of you might be thinking, how is this going to solve my day-to-day problems? How is this going to help me with my job, help me with my family? All of us should know that when we say, I am Paramashiva, which is the name of the program, Paramashivoham, it is not just, let's say, a mantra, or it is not just a concept. It is directly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism putting that seed into all of us and actually be manifesting Paramashiva in all of us, be becoming Paramashiva. As many of you know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has introduced not just this topic, but many more, the concept of the 25 states of consciousness, where we can explore our own possibilities. All of us might know the 5 states of consciousness, the basic 5 states, which is Jagrat, the wakeful state, Swapna, the dream state, Shushupti, the deep sleep state, Turiya, the awakened state, and Turyatita, the state of Paramashiva himself. And all these 5 states, the crisscrossing or the permutation combination of these 5 states are the 25 states of consciousness. And in this Paramashivam program, we are going to know not just what are the 25 states, but how we can explore those 25 states in all of us, how we know consciously to move from one state to another. And of course, the aspect of the power manifestation in the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagavan Paramashiva has introduced more than 463 powers which the human being can express as from the initiation from the Guru. And all of us have even seen, if you are an old devotee, you would have even experienced or expressed some of those powers. If you're a new person just coming live today, many of you would have seen in the earlier session, we manifested the power of body scanning. And similar to that, we have Paramashiva has given, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted more than 463 powers, which we can manifest in our day-to-day life, where in our day-to-day life, we can apply those powers and not just think it as a siddhi, but it is a shakti where right from the space of enlightenment is where those shaktis come from. So let's all get ready to experience these powers and the various aspects of the Paramashiva Home Level 3 program. And we will now be entering. We wanted to give everyone a glimpse of the satsang, the webinar that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had introduced in the past weeks. So let us jump into it after a short break.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Nityanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the excerpts from the previous webinar, the time-space manifestation. And before we enter into this, I'd like to share with every one of you, tomorrow we are going to be having a very special webinar on facing yourself in the parallel universes, where Swamiji is going to be expounding and initiating us into experiencing ourselves in the various other dimensions, experiencing the higher possibilities of ourselves, higher powers of ourselves in the various other vertical time zone dimensions. So now let us take a few moments to look at the excerpts from this time-space manifestation webinar that had been conducted a couple of weeks ago by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Swamiji shared The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers, unexpected positive turn of events, and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, power, God's grace, anything you want. But the greater cosmic science is the higher dimension entering into the lower dimension. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything that the space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything that time wants. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. All these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, which is your rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions and feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about you, about life, about your logic and emotions. Time is as alive as your skin, and if you believe, cognize your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel pain. How much your skin is alive? Much, much more than that, time is alive as the skin of the cosmos. Where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents. Same way, the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents. That is the space dimension. Your skin is alive, your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent for your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent for your nervous system for the cosmos is space. Listen to this secret. I know the consciousness goes on rejuvenating the skin of the cosmos called time. That rejuvenated skin, time, is entering into my skin and constantly rejuvenating me. Here, we're looking at some of the very powerful cognitions that Swamiji has shared and revealed with every one of us. Swamiji revealed that each and every one of these dimensions, now generally for all those specifically who are viewing us for the very first time, we know about the three dimensions in which we live, length, breadth, and depth. But Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has given deeper insights on the time-space dimension and how we can experience these time and space dimensions. As Swamiji revealed, each and every one of these dimensions are independently intelligent, powerful, and alive. They have the power to make their own decisions, conclusions. The length dimension itself is responsible for our logic, the breadth dimension for our emotions, the depth for our cognitions. As Swamiji shared, when we are able to experience and master one particular dimension, we master that particular ability. For example, when we master the length dimension, we get the powers of the length dimension, which is the logic, where we are able to understand, grasp, manipulate anything that has a logical sense and a logical way of functioning. Similarly, with breadth, when we are able to be powerful over the breadth dimension, when we are able to manifest the powers of the breadth dimension, we are able to manifest the various powers related to emotions and feeling connection. The entire 5 dimensions that Swamiji has spoken about can be directly, practically used in our day-to-day lives. Whenever we have a practical problem, Swamiji always shares that even, for example, you're going on a road and then there's a red light which is stopping you and you really want to go and finish some other work that you have. Just using the power manifestation at that given point in time is also possible by experiencing these higher level truths and dimensions. So for using as small as the example that I've given or as big and powerful as enlightenment itself, just the understanding about these various dimensions helps, because ultimately once you take it into your understanding, Swamiji initiates us and manifest those understandings as reality in every one of us. So once again, we'd like to share with every one of you head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program so you can get initiated in all these higher dimensions, experiencing yourself in these higher dimensions and have power over these dimensions, living as Paramashiva himself. So now we have come to the time where we need to prepare ourselves, where we get ready to prepare ourselves to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I request all the participants, viewers from around the world, and all those who are having the Nayana Diksha today, please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Let us now chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, entering into the meditation to receive the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.